Acting one.
I still. Here. Give a medical.
So where would that?
Yeah, that's all.
That's the budget.
Good thing
Or
we're
you
in
have to bring it up.
Rosie.
Oh, yeah.
Morning. Somebody dropped these off?
That's me. I didn't leave Port Hope till after 4 yesterday, John.
So what do you want me to do with them?
I can pass them out if you'd like.
Oh, we give them to
Has
staff.
everybody signed them?
Yeah, they're all signed.
Oh,
Then, last question. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone.
good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
And before we start this council meeting, I would just like to make a couple of comments regarding the passing of the former mayor, Dalton McDonald. The township of Allen McCalderman has lowered flags to half-mast in recognition of the passing of former township mayor and council member Dalton McDonald. Mr. McDonald dedicated many years of public service to our community. He began his service on township council in 1992 and served as there until 2000 when he or 1998 when he became the deputy reeve and was acclaimed as deputy reeve in 2006 and later served as the mayor from 2010 till 2014. The township extends its sincerity and condolences to Mr. McDonald's family, including his wife Heather and 4 children, and acknowledge his significant contributions to the municipal government and public service. And to add a little bit more, Mr. McDonald was raised in Haldimand Township, spent his life there, was a tobacco farmer and a big part of the community. And over the years, he had got into his own business and had Dalton Motors. And Dalton McDonald Motors or just Dalton Motors, I think it was. Anyways, he was a well-recognized individual in the community, and I remember him for his dedication to the arena, Grafton Arena, and his real love in municipal politics was public works. And he'd like to be really involved in that. So we just recognize him and pass on our condolences to all members of his family. And now we'll start our meeting. This is a special meeting of council today, December 18, 2025. And the meeting will consist of items including the 2026 budget survey results, the cost of living allowance for non-union staff, the fees and charges bylaw, community grants, council and firefighter remuneration, and closed sessions regarding staffing matter. I'll confirm that all members of council are here, as well as the municipal clerk, and we'll start the meeting at 9:32 a.m. Territorial land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the township of Allen McCalderman is located on the Mississauga-Anishinaabeg territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga-Anishinaabeg. The township of Allen McCalderman respectfully acknowledges that the Mississauga Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these waters and lands in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. Moving on, we have the approval of the agenda, that the agenda for the special council meeting held on December 18th, 2025 be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any questions?
No, I was putting my hand up too.
I am wondering about our item in closed today. It is about the creation of a position or the potential creation of a position. And I believe that should come to us in open through budget.
That can be brought up with the request. My understanding is asked for a closed meeting to discuss a particular position and individual, and we will not open it up until after we've made the decision in closed. All in favor? That motion is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, that'll be duly noted. 2026 cost of living allowance for non-union staff. Aaron, do you have any comments to add to that report?
No, it's just, the yearly report of, non-union, COLA for October of 2025 as per our policies.
Yeah, there's one comment I'll make. I noticed that it started in January and went to October, and then the final said an annual. So it's really only the first 10 months that we're showing. Isn't that correct?
It just shows for October, because as per our policy, we take the specific month.
Yeah.
It's not an average.
No, but it says at the bottom, annual, that you showed the annual and you only had 10 months, because November, December from last year wasn't in there. So it's minor stuff, but I just thought I'd point it out, because that is not the whole 12 months. Any questions for Aaron? All in favor? Oh, I need to move it back to the first. Mover? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Next we have the budget for the 2025-2026 budget public survey results for December 18th, 2025. And to get it on the table, I will read the resolution and then we'll debate. And I think we should take some time to look at this more closely. So I'm going to ask for mover and a seconder, and then we'll get into it. That council received report CLK 2025-25-2026 for the budget public survey results for information. Can I get moved and seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Booth. Okay. I'm prepared to go through every one of those 14 different questions if council has interest in them. And I'm talking about, before you get to the chart, I'm actually talking about where there was a response back from staff. And it starts off with the close. It doesn't start first, it starts at this earlier. 8, number 5, I believe is the where people are on fixed, is that the first one? People on first income?
That's page 2.
Page 2, okay. But that's page 2, that's what well, yeah. The first page is the staff report.
In the responses and the question number
Was it 8.5 was the first one? Okay,
on page 2.
yes. So people who are on fixed income should be given tax break to offset the school tax. They are unfairly subsidized people they unfairly subsidize people with children. And the response from staff was that this is handled by the local school boards, and if they have a voice, they should be suggesting that they go to see them. Anybody have any, isn't that the correct thing to do? Or I suppose you could go to your member of parliament, but either one, it certainly isn't the responsibility of the township, and we do not, we do collect the taxes, but that's based on the provincial, not guidelines, the provincial direction. 811, I only see garbage pickup, snow removal, and occasional street maintenance. So I'm asking myself, just a second, what I really get for my taxes, I believe is what it says. And staff have correctly responded, the waste management is the responsibility of our upper tier, Northumberland County. And they're basically saying, so any issues you have with the waste management is should be connected to the Northumberland County. And I don't know, does anybody else, any comments on that? Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
Yeah, to you, Mayor. I get this question a lot. And, you know, I talk to them about a lot of people don't understand about the community centers we have, the boat launches we have, the arena, the staff, like public works, the insurance we have to pay for, wages and homers and all this stuff. And once you talk to people and let them know what those taxes really go for, they seem to understand a lot better. And this is that one question that, I don't know if, communications or education for our residents on what their taxes are going for would certainly help out. But those are the kind of answers that I give them, and then, they kind of get it after that.
I thought I brought it, but I printed it off this morning, but I forgot to bring it. On page 26 of the report, it gives a pretty good listing of all the different services that are supplied. There's governance and administration, there's fire services, there's bylaw enforcement. It gives all the costs that were in I guess that would have been in the 2025 budget. There's a conservation, there's library, there's parks and rec, there's planning, and a whole bunch of different stuff. So, and actually they're broken down into much more different things, additions beyond that. So someone who may only use the roads and the waste certainly has services that they're not using if they wanted to. That's my point of view.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, Mayor, and that's kind of the discussion that I always have with them, is that you may not use the service, but it's there and we have to keep it going. There's multiple areas, and some people may only use the arena, some people may only use the library but it helps for some education for them.
812, a lot of taxpayers go to the CAO and his accommodations, not improving the community. I don't know where they're getting that information, because it certainly is misinformation as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead, Councilor.
Through you, Mayor. So this one here, it came up at the public meeting too. And what people don't know is how much our CAO is saving this township for money, wearing two hats. Probably $50,000 a year. So in the 2 years, he saved this township $200,000 or $100,000 or more, because he's wearing two hats. And they don't know how many times that he stays in this area and pays for it out of his own pocket. So he doesn't have to go home. So when I see this kind of questionnaire and people need to do some homework before they say stuff like this.
I agree. It takes information, misinformation, and publishes it And, I think you're doing the right thing, Mike, by telling people that they don't know what they're talking about, and not that they don't know what they're talking about. I'll take that back. They are not going far enough to investigate and find out what's really going on. They're hearing
Yeah.
rumors and passing them on. And I do recall the person that brought that up in particular, and I will be at the public meeting, and I will be addressing it with that person. Because it's misinformation and it's not true.
And they're getting fed this misinformation, and they're not taking the time to look at the fact, to call staff, to call a counselor, and get to really what's going on. So who's ever feeding them this stuff is just stirring the pot, and it makes it harder in here, and it makes it harder in the public.
Really, I agree with what you're saying, Mike, so don't take it any way but positive, but they should go to staff.
Yep.
Because they have the figures. I mean, we can get them from the staff, but the staff really have the numbers. And I think we all have to recognize that that's what their job is. Our job is to be communications between the two if necessary, but to start it off, they should be going to staff. No investment into services beyond roadworks and fire. Anybody have, well, there was response to question 8 and comments on 11 regarding the services. I can't argue with that, but I would say that's a very general comment. I know we did build a new fire hall about 5 years ago. We built a new, public works building, 3 or 4 years ago. So that is an absolutely true statement that we do. We are expected to, we do have, for roads, we have minimum standards, and the province sets those. There are, and we have spent money in fire, and we will continue to do so because we're getting instructions, or pardon me, not instructions. It is strong in the surveys that have been taken by the public that they want to have fire services. So I don't take exception to that, but I think there are reasons why those are prioritized.
Excuse me, Harold.
Yes.
Thank you. The only other comment I would have is a lot of what happens at a municipality is mandated by the province and the federal government. So we have to follow the direction and the mandates because there's disciplinary action if you don't. And I understand as far as fire as well as policing, this is a mandated service.
Yeah, and as far as public works and road, particularly snow coverage and that type of stuff, we have to abide by the rules. And if we don't abide by the rules, then we're held liable, and so is the township for insurance purposes, et cetera. People don't understand or know that, I don't think. They
Yeah.
don't have the opportunity to be talked with Councillor Ainsworth and find out what some of the stuff, but
Thank you.
and I think we all try to do that.
Mhm.
What do we get? We pay the garbage, our roads are terrible, no street lights, no grocery store. Pretty general comments. I'm not aware of people that have requested street lights. I know that we do supply them in areas. We don't put them out until they're applied for. A lot of people don't want lights, so.
That's right.
But I'm sure that if Public Works was asked to install a street light, that it would be certainly considered and brought, if it wasn't the recommendation, it would be brought to council. What do we get? We pay the we already did that. The grocery store, that's a good idea. I'm not sure that that's a township responsibility, and we do encourage people to invest into communities, and hopefully someone is considering a grocery store. Unfortunately, we did lose, particularly for the people that live in the east portion and the lower east portion of the township. the Crammy fire, the store in Crammy burnt down a few years ago, and I've heard that there's talk about rebuilding that someday, but certainly, not on the top of our list. We'd love to have one, and we would certainly support it. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
They are rebuilding at Rutherford. They're already making renovations there.
At Rutherford's?
They're expanding Rutherford, yes. They've sold it and then there's going to be a grocery store operated there.
Oh, okay, on the same location? Oh, good. Well, there you go. So there, we didn't do nothing but, or I'm not sure. We did it one way or another, but it's good to hear that they're actually gonna happen in that particular area. We don't know, or I don't know where this came from, but, hopefully it was in that area. Our taxes are increasing, our services are not. The roads are not in great shape. We pay for garbage tags and the trees, and we pay for garbage tags and the fees. Trees and foliage encroaching on the road is terrible. Well, we responded that through question 8 and 11. You know, I've seen these complaints before. I know we do the best we can. There are standards that we have to live by. And also, we get complaints because we take down too many roads, or pardon me, trees and foliage along the roads too. So we have competing interests, and I believe that our public works people do what's best for the roads anytime and every time they can. And there was always a thing to remember too, that those trees, when they are blocking the road, they are having a negative effect on the roads for future, and they need more repairs after that, because they don't get the opportunity to dry out properly. And yes, I'd like to have better road. I did just for a comment, just for some knowledge. I looked at the number of houses are on roads per kilometer for our township compared to the surrounding municipalities. And for every kilometer of road, we have about 6 houses across the province, pardon me, across the township, 6 houses for every kilometer of roads. That is less than half of what every other municipality in this, Northumberland have. They are about 13 to 15. I did not include Port Hope and Hobart because it was going to be, I'm sure it would have been the same thing. Anyways, the reason I thought about it, I should do that, or do the calculation on that, was because the province, pardon me, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus put out something recently, and they said that we have 28 houses on average per kilometer of road. So for our people that are having to pay, we just don't have the finances like some of the other ones do. So that makes it difficult for staff and for council to make the right decisions when they limited funding. Garage pickup not included, garbage pickup not included. Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, just looking at this survey, and a lot of them are talking about the garbage not being picked up and things like that, which really doesn't fall under us and it falls under the county. But has the county ever thought of looking at getting away with the tags and obviously looking at, they still want the cost recovery, so like other municipalities where added into your taxes? Because I mean, I like the way it is because you get charged for how much garbage you put out there and you pay for it. But a lot of people are saying they're complaining about it. Has the county ever looked at trying to include it? Obviously, the taxes would have to go up on the county side. Have they ever looked at that so that we can finally put this one to bed where it's like, okay, it's you have to pay for it no matter what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that the bag tags, although they do contribute, are less than half of what they cost actually to run the, not only to collect. Collection is only a small portion of it. It's the haulage as well as the maintenance of those waste stations. And there's three of them. There's one in Brighton, there's one in, the big one's in Brighton, there's one in Hamilton Township, and there's one in Campbellford. But all that material has to be hauled down there, and then they do some recycling and that type of stuff. And I can't honestly answer in the last 10 years knowing whether they've ever done that study. But I can tell you the bag tags do not cover anywhere near close to what the cost of waste collection is and handling.
And through your worship, that's what I'm saying, like, if the county was to look at it to say, and I'm just pulling a number out of it, just say in the bag tags, they collect $1 million a year in that. Could they not add that to their budget, and then instead of people having to go and get a tag, then it's obviously the county taxes are gonna go up, but at least it's covered. Because a lot of these people are more than likely city people that have lived and come to move here, and they're not used to doing bag tags, right? I mean, either way, like you said, Mr. Mayor, you have to pay for it one way or another, whether it's hidden and it's in your taxes, or you're gonna pay it on a tag. But I'm just wondering, hopefully the county one day can maybe do some kind of study or something to say, this is what we pay for this is the revenue we get from the bag tags, and you know what, maybe if we want to do that, that means your taxes have to go up 2 or 3% or whatever it is.
I'll give you a personal example. I've got a pretty good advantage because they stop, you separate now and you don't have to pay for any of the recyclable stuff, nothing whatsoever. My wife, and I thank her for it, she's pretty money conscious. We put out a bag in the winter, probably every third week, and in the summer, every week and a half, depending on what it is. So we're getting all those benefits for collection without paying for that recycled material at all. But, so is there an easy answer? I don't know. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I did attend a sustainability something or other that the county was putting on, and they definitely had the answers to all of these questions. So I think it would be worthwhile to invite someone from that department to do a presentation. Every one of us on council should be prepared to do that. They provided excellent information on the amount of money saved by getting people to do exactly what your wife is doing, and how that has decreased the cost because it's decreased the amount of garbage. It's making people better at taking recycling seriously. And with these new changes where we can recycle even more things, starting on January 1st, presumably we're going to have even less garbage to put out. But I do think, given the number of questions that arose here and the number of questions that are arising at this table, that we need to invite them and have more information here.
That's a good idea. Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
I would support that too. I think it's good because if it comes to council, then we can put that information out there to the taxpayers to say, you know, this is the studies that have been done. Because the other concern I have too is there's still a lot of people that I know that burn their trash. And me being a city person for 30-something years and coming here, and it was like, what do you mean you burn your trash? And they have these burn barrels, and it's like, that's not a good thing either. So I agree with Councillor O'Neill. It would be good if we could have the county come maybe in the next year and do a presentation so we can get that information on our website to say, listen, you know what? Like you, Mr. Mayor, you can actually save money if you're recycling, and it gives you more incentive. Thank you.
I personally know the gentleman that looks after waste, and I will ask him to make a presentation before us.
John?
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Yes, through you there. So the other thing that this might do is the amount of garbage that's getting thrown out on the side of our roads. You know, we do the Mayor's Challenge every year. Different clubs go out and pick up garbage. You know, we've had the county put up the steel bins for us to fill. Our ATV club has probably picked up over 45 tons of garbage in our township and in the county for it. And that goes from everything from freezers full of meat that maybe have gotten spoiled in a power outage, to fridges, to cars burnt, to boats being left, to garbage and people doing renovations, that kind of stuff. So, you know, I agree with what Councillor Booth is saying, if it was kind of hid in the taxes and people could go to the dump and just take their stuff off, it might help keeping the sides of the roads and the countryside clean also.
We can talk about to that, Adam about that when he gets here.
Thank you.
And I do agree, when I go through the list, there's an awful lot of, mention about waste collection and this, that, and the other type thing, so. And probably people assume that it's our responsibility, but is actually the upper tiers. As a senior, we get very little value for our tax dollars. Basically, all we get is winter cleaning, road cleaning, and some maintenance. No garbage collection. I don't know, where that is possible, could be, because I believe we pick up garbage to, every tax-paying resident in the township. I could be wrong, but I would really like to understand that better. No local police. I'm not sure what they're asking for. We do pay out about $1.2 million a year for police services. And that has nothing to do with the 401. That is for policing in our area. It has gone up 11%. It is going up 11% in 2026. And that is something that we have complained. Well, I shouldn't say we've complained about. We did get a reduction in 2025. When we're able to hold it at the same, but we're paying for it twice as the increase this year. And it has changed a lot. And we do expect more service. And I believe we are getting better service out of the OPP than we were, because they were sharing the OPP with the 401. And now they're working towards not doing that anymore. We have basically, from what I could see out of it, we have basically an officer for each municipality that they operate out of for the OPP, on a 24-hour basis. Fire is not as important as paramedics. I would prefer you separate the two. Paramedics should be well funded and supported. That is not our responsibility, but I do know a little bit about paramedics. Paramedics are funded 50% by the province and 50% by the upper tier. So we get the benefits, our people get the benefits. We have very little to do with paramedics, other than our firefighters go out in emergency cases when paramedics are not available, or medical services. Another one, garbage collection. Why under governance do you lost legal when we contract that out?
It's just a typo list, legal.
I'm not sure why that would be asked, because somewhere you have to pay for it. It's got to appear, isn't that correct, Aaron? It has to appear someplace, the legal charges.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, legal, a portion of, a majority of it ends under administration, to cover, any legal that happens within the township. There is some legal under other departments, depending on the,
this is exactly what your response was.
exactly.
Thank you. I'm assuming it, well, I know that. If anybody that has any questions, has any of these questions, are certainly able to go on the website and find out the answers. And if they don't get a good answer, then they can call staff to get a better understanding if needed. Could we please focus on items that really make an impact to the community and help maintain or enhance our levels of service? Employees should not be allowed to stay in hotels, that they can be closer to work or using township vehicles at home. The increase our non-value added items to the township and increase our tax dollars for assets that are being worn out for non-township items. My comment to that is, and it was referred to earlier about the hotels. We do pay for people's hotels, whether these be union, non-union jobs or whatever, and councils, when they are traveling outside of the
Conferences.
outside of the township, or pardon me, outside of the area, for training and that type of stuff. That's the only place that I'm aware of that we are paying for hotels for, people to take up training. Township vehicles at home, anybody that get, you want to comment, Brett?
No, go ahead and then I'll.
Township vehicles at home. There are people that do have, vehicles that they do take home. They are, decide, I believe the staff, or maybe it's council, I guess it's council's ultimate responsibility, that decides that they have to be available whenever there's a call. And we cannot expect the people to, if they have one vehicle shared by a family, to be able to leave at a moment's notice when the vehicle could be used by somebody else. That's my first thought on that. And the second one is, most people probably are of the impression that, which is not a wrong one, but it's one that was outdated years ago, in the fact that people never used to list that as a benefit to have any of those vehicles. Today, anybody that has a vehicle owned by the corporation, like any other corporation, wants to pay tax on that benefit, and I'm sure that that is done by staff and has to be submitted with their income tax. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's a taxable benefit for anybody using a vehicle for personal use. So in the time that they drive to and from work, it is considered personal time. And then while they're at work, it is a work vehicle.
And there's there used to be a standby even for, if, on the weekends, whether you used it or not, you had to pay a standby fee or two. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Okay, thank you. Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, this is a contentious issue. I mean, it's been discussed at, for example, Coburg lately about the fire chief who lives in Timmins and is using his vehicle and that. And even it was brought up at our public meeting by somebody. And I don't have an issue with the fire chief or that using the vehicle. I guess my concern is people have brought up to me, constituents, that the current fire chief vehicle, and I believe the deputy chief's vehicle, don't have markings on it, that it's from the town. And I'm just wondering, the question, I guess, to the CAO fire chief, are we intending that those two vehicles are gonna get the proper markings to show that they're a fire vehicle, or are they gonna be left unmarked?
Before we pass that on, I'm not sure if the right word you use, proper, and I'm not sure what the proper is. You've insinuated that that's the proper, but I don't know what the
Well, I guess that's my question. They're a township vehicle. So in my way of viewing, I don't have any issue with the chief taking it home or the deputy chief, but I believe as a township vehicle, it should be marked on there that it's got the proper markings on it. This was brought up last council with the past chief's vehicle that had the white pickup truck, and it was sort of had that decal on it that you really had to look at it really closely to see. And it was brought up that there was concerns then that, listen, that's not proper, right? If you're driving a township vehicle, it should be marked in there. And then I think that would take this question away to say that if somebody's taking the vehicle home and they park it on their driveway in the weekend, then I guess people are trying, I guess, to insinuate that the vehicle is being used when it shouldn't be. And I'm not saying that. I don't have any, with that. I just want to know whether the vehicles will be properly marked. That's all.
Do you have a comment? CEO Dawson?
Nothing further to add to the conversation. The requirements for markings usually come under the NFPA with respect to emergency vehicles, and then at the direction of Will Council. If council prefers the vehicles are marked, then we can certainly do that. It is trending more and more that the chief's vehicles are not marked. However, it's entirely up to you. It's not really my decision.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I'd like to add also that we're not the only township that does this. They all do it. Excuse me. And, you know, we have to keep up with the rest of, because I mean, we got staff jumping from one department, or sorry, from one township to another township for more money, more benefit, whatever. So in order for us to be successful and get people in place to stay here, and so we can grow and continue the things that we're doing, we gotta be, we've gotta be in that same game. So, you know, this question could be asked in every municipality in Ontario. So, you know, maybe they should be, we should have our markings on them, that's one thing. But, you know, having them for the duty officer on the weekend takes a fire truck home, right? Just for this, maybe the same thing that you're saying, because he's gotta have a vehicle when the tones go off. So that's just part of the game everywhere.
Councillor, pardon me, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Lowell. I'm not in a position to make a judgment call on whether vehicles should be marked or shouldn't be marked. And I do see that in some of the higher ranking officers, even in the police service, none of their vehicles are marked. I don't know why they're not marked. So I think we're just, because we don't have the information in front of us to see why the vehicles aren't marked, what would your suggestion be to move forward to get the information?
My suggestion would be that we ask staff to look into what is common in other practices and where they're going. And if we get that report, then we'll make a decision. Council will make a decision on whether they should be marked or not.
Thank you.
Councillor Booth.
So through your worship, I'll make that motion then that we ask staff to report back to us about the chief's vehicle and the deputy chief's vehicle on reasons for or against marking the vehicles.
Okay. Okay, so we want to hold on until again. Councillor Booth, it's recommended that we continue to receive this information, and at the end.
Okay,
we
that's
will-
fine.
We'll ask you to
Yeah.
make your motion.
Sure.
Yes.
If I may interject, as your fire chief, I have no will to argue against residents, argue against council. I respect the need for transparency, accountability, and the fire department will go ahead and mark the vehicles, no problem. There'll be a cost to it, but we will associate that.
Yeah, well, that's part of the report, and if it's cost a lot of money, then maybe we don't want to do it. But there's got to be a benefit to it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobo, out of an abundance of caution, I would like to know why they haven't been marked. And I'm not in a position to have vehicles marked if the policy in a lot of areas is to leave them unmarked. I don't know where the jurisdiction is coming down for that. So I'm, I don't want to put myself in a problem of getting things marked if they shouldn't be marked.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
what we'll do, we'll just move along.
Thank
And Councillor Booth, if he wishes, then he can bring that up at the end of the presentation, to the end of the review. Fire chief works 1 day a week as fire chief at the station, $170,000. Full-time position not posted, bylaw positions not posted, fire department is overfunded, mismanaged, and is a non-inclusive. I'm not gonna fight into that too much, because I think staff have explained it very clearly of what's there. And, I'm not gonna talk anymore about it. The township is committed to hiring the best practices for corporate policy, and that covers it perfectly. The recent news letter is a step in the right direction to improve communications. Residents need more detailed information about what's going on. For example, repairs at the town hall and the arena community center projects. No one wants to pay more taxes, but we have to invest in our infrastructure and our community, or else. Or else residents, particularly teenagers, have nowhere to go and will get into trouble. Infrastructure levy is to increase reserves and the maintenance and repairs of the aging township infrastructure. During the 2025 budget, council implemented a 2% dedicated infrastructure. Anybody have any comments? 14.1. I think balancing the budget stands with tightening the belt within our expenditures and not going after more money from the community, so we can, as we already pay far too much for what we receive. You see year over year what services need most attention over other services that don't. If it's cutbacks, I don't believe wages should be increased again, as you need to balance the budget, and unfortunately, the belt needs to be tightened. Alma-Cullen is not a city, it is a small rural town, where most people pay for their own sewer, water, and propane, so not much is provided to the community. Besides the public works, which is mostly paid by Northumberland County. That's an interesting comment. We have about, I don't know exactly, under 50 kilometers, about 50 kilometers of roads for, that are serviced by the county, would be my guess. There's, County Road 31, County Road 45, 22, 23, 18, 9, and 24, I believe, all of them. There might be a little bit more than 50, but I can tell you that is not, correct when they're saying that they pay most of the tax dollars. Until, you know, there's a comment there at the bottom. I think all services listed above need to be trimmed back and they have a contingency amount put in place. When I first got into council, on township, I thought, you know, there's always money to be put away. There is, or pardon me, there's always savings you can make. Not true. Not true for this township. We are limited, very, very limited in taxes, because there's not enough people, there's not enough density, and we still expect the same services. We still expect to hire the best possible people, which we have to. Otherwise, we're not giving a good service. And if we decide we don't want to pay for the staff, we could get the quality of staff that you would expect with lower wages. And I don't think that our residents are asking for that. Spend internal internet and cellular connectivity needs to be speed internet and cellular connectivity needs to be fast. Fast-tracked. The township is currently working with Northumberland County and service providers for the installation of broadband throughout the township. So I'm not sure when this person submitted that. I think that there has been an awful lot of activity in the past 2 months in Alma-Cullen Township with the installation of connectivity. My understanding of it is that they will be all done by mid-2026. All that are planned in the first stage anyways. I better not say all that are planned in the first stage. And the person is absolutely right. We need it to, for all of our businesses, our farms, and as well as our personal lives. 4 million in salaries and benefits and 1.9 in contracting out. Now paying 150,000 so far to get a union contract. We are too small a municipality for this. We pay city salaries while infrastructure crumbles, and your answer to raising is to raise taxes and cut programs. Shame on you. Our municipality needs to be amalgamated. That's an awful lot of thought there. Amalgamated, I never really thought of this that way before. I guess when my wife and I got married, we amalgamated.
I think they call it something different.
Well, but my point is that it takes a willingness by whatever's there to. Are you laughing at me? It takes a willingness to be amalgamated, to amalgamate and be amalgamated. And yes, we can wait till somebody wants to take our hands and amalgamate with us, but we better be prepared to bring something to the party too. Otherwise, people won't amalgamate with you.
Well, I kind of, when I read this, I'm wondering if the person meant a single tier instead of a 2-tier, an upper and a lower. And I mean, we have always heard of that time is coming. I don't know if we'll ever see it, but it has been kicked around for quite a while. So I'm not sure what was meant by that.
Yeah, and this individual probably isn't aware, like we are, of the shared services program that the county is working on, as well as all the municipalities, because Dave and his team certainly had to make contributions to that study. And I think I heard yesterday that it's going to be published sometime in mid 2026, early to mid 2026. Interestingly enough, I was talking to someone who is from one of the northeastern counties, not too far from here. I can't remember what it exactly is, Leeds maybe. And they were saying that the lower tiers handle all the roads. There is no, the upper tier handles social services, waste, but they don't handle the roads. And maybe a good thing. But it costs an awful lot to manage all them bridges, and you have to have engineers and this, that, and everything. So certainly open for grabs. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So, just to comment on a couple of these things here, it's, again, we have people that are complaining that things aren't getting done enough. With the staff that we have, and I give our staff credit because, we made a lot of changes, and I've been collecting some items as we go along of things that have happened in our township and things have gotten done. Since we hired our new staff here back in a year or 2 years. And we would have loved to have the contract done in one day. Right? But that's not happening. And so, to say that we spend $150,000 and assuming that it's our fault, that's not true. And whether we're too small of a municipality or we're the biggest municipality in the township, it costs to run the township, and prices are going up. As soon as you say fire department, municipality, public works, it's probably twice as what it would be if you and I walked in and bought it personally. It just seems that way.
Well,
And
I'll make a comment. There's different rules.
yeah,
Public buildings, accessories, and services are all expected to be better by the province, by the public, and it's not more competing against people that can have a community hall or whatever that don't have to supply the same services.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanna, you know, as far, my opinion on amalgamation, every municipality, every little town has its own unique little style and its identity. And if you amalgamate, we lose that. So, my thought.
Are these tied together? Should we go on with the other one too? The second portion of the presentation, which was, that was the questions and answers. Now there's a,
Yeah. that's one comment. So
Yeah.
that was open before, there's any comments.
yeah. Did you want to look a little bit at those charts? Did they go a little bit further on? Is there anything that stands out? I guess I would just, the one that I found kind of interesting was the one that says they'd like us to spend more, spend less, or spend the same on each different department.
What page was that on?
That was on, if you look at the top, it's on page 24 of 29. By the top, I mean, you know, where it's part of the whole report. No, it's not part of the whole report, that's part of.
Well, that's very pertinent.
So, government administration and council is basically, stay where you are or decrease. Is that correct? I think that's what it was. Increase is green, maintain is blue, and decrease is red. So for governance, they're saying maintain is where they like us or slightly decrease. Fire, they'd like us to increase or remain the same. Bylaw, and I believe that this is the one we're spending $220,000, and we got, funny because as I recall, there was an awful lot of complaints about how much lack of bylaw that we were doing when we first elected, and now the way I understand this, we're maybe got a little bit too much. Blue is where we want to stay, yeah. Yeah, well, no, maybe I'll take that back. They'd like us where we are. If anything, we could decrease it a little bit, but also some people are asking to spend a little bit more too. Protective services, they're saying it's pretty good the way it is. And if anything, we could like a little bit more service rather than a little bit less. Is that the right way to take that? Mary Catherine, you agree with that? Not whether you agree with it or not, but you agree that I'm interpreting this correctly?
Yeah, I agree with that. I do have a comment when you're finished.
Okay. Public Works, they're saying, pretty good the way they are, or we could do better. Nothing to take away. Environment and conservation, $200,000, surprisingly. Mike, you're gonna be happy to want to spend more for the lower trend. Or at least maintain or even get a little bit more. And I guess, Joan, you're part of that
Yep.
as well. Library and wages, library administration and wages looks pretty good. If anything, a little bit less. And Parks and Recreation looks pretty good. If anything, more. Planning and zoning looks pretty good. And I forget, is it 250,000? If anything, a little bit less. So that's kind of what, oh, there's a sheet below it that says all of what we're spending on it too. So that's my interpretation, not my interpretation. My thoughts on what I was looking at in those surveys. And I would appreciate anybody else making any final comments before we move forward. Councillor Ainsworth.
I guess out of all of this here, you know, we could probably do some more educating and communicating so that they know you know, what everything is and what the costs are. And, you know, it's, that was my biggest takeaway. Educate,
Away from,
from this whole survey is,
okay,
you know, the residents need to be educated on where their taxes are going. Cause I agree, I've heard the question, you know, multiple times. What am I paying taxes for? I look out the window and I get my garbage picked up and I get my road plowed. What am I paying my taxes for? You know, and, so anyways, you know, and then this part here on page 18, you know, I look at it in your own opinion, please rank the following for the most least important in the terms of funding. 1 being the most important, 9 being the least important. The 2 most important things on here to everybody is the library and planning.
page 18, Mike?
Yeah. So that's why I say communicating. We communicate more, educate the residents more. You know,
I'm, number 9, you're saying that the library and. What was the
question
other?
9, it says 1 being the most important,
Yes,
2 being the least important. So our fire and emergency services is the least important.
I
Public
don't,
works is in-
I don't understand it that way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that being way up there means it was very important.
No, 1 is being the most important. So if you're back here at 1, that would be the most important. So the library being, you know,
Isn't
the
it?
library is like 3.1.
I think you have to add all of them up to get that.
No, that's not what it's saying.
It's
It's saying that 1 is being the most important.
Through your worship, though, I think, Councillor Ainsworth, I think when you're answering that question, that's what it's asking you. The question would say, could you please rank it? So number 1 would be your most important. So when people go in there and they pick fire, I read it as fire and public works are the most important. And the least would be planning, library, bylaw, stuff like that. It's funny, because it's showing you the results, but that's the actual question that it asks you. It says, could you please rank what's your number 1 thing? So people mostly picked fire and public works. That's how I read it.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you got a scale at the bottom going from 1 till 9, 1 till 10 actually. And they're telling you that 1 is the most important. So maybe they just misread it too.
I think
we have to go back to
if
what
you go to
the
the next
original
page,
question was.
if you go to the next page, we have, fire, and I'm gonna pick on fire, but we've got 18, of the 51 said that was the most important, or 35%.
Yeah, public works was 15 at almost 30%.
And public works was, yes.
It's confusing, I agree the way you read it, but I think the question was asked, rank it, your first one down to number 9, what you think is the least important. But the mayor is right, the next page actually shows the same results, that fire and emergency, 18 people rated it number 1. And 15 people rated public works number 1.
You understand, Mike?
No, I do. It's just,
It's confusing.
it should have been, maybe should have been turned around the other way then.
Any further comments, Mike?
No, just to reiterate, just communication and education.
Yeah.
To our residents.
Go ahead, Dave.
Just, I don't want to be in your discussion, but I do want to interject something here. And it became very apparent at the public meeting Tuesday night. The clerk's department went through the exhausting effort of developing a 2025 budget package that explained everything, Councilor Ainsworth, that you just brought up, that we needed to communicate more. It's out there. It is there. Further, the detailed 24 budget versus 24 actual versus 24 budget, 25 budget is within 3 clicks of your mouse on the website and has been all year. So there is one aspect that I would like to address. If you want to encourage more input from a residents, having 54 residents complete a survey where we have over 7,000 residents in the municipality. That's more the issue. The issue is not council willing to make great decisions or staff willing to do their job. We need participation. That participation will drive the information that allows us to do our jobs better.
I agree. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor O'Neill.
I was going to make a somewhat similar point that 51 responses to a survey is not at all a statistically viable. So, I mean, we're spending a lot of time talking about something that doesn't have a lot of statistical viability. However, putting together the overall rating that is on here of 4, which is on page 22 of the agenda package, and putting together the feeling and the comments that we received at the public meeting the other night. Overall, my sense is that there are a lot of unhappy people within our community. And so we need to have some serious discussions about how we can increase and improve things with our community. Part of it is participation. It is no use to be talking to your neighbor, and not bringing it in a constructive way to us for conversations. But at the same time, people have to feel that we value what they have to bring forward. And there have been many ways that we have not messaged that well to our constituents, to our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Booth, do you have a comment?
No, I think just looking at this, I mean, I agree with what Councillor Ainsworth is saying, and Councillor O'Neill, a lot of it is just education. I mean, I saw that through that report, almost 50% of it was about garbage, which has really nothing to do with us. I don't mean garbage collection and recycle, which really has nothing to do with us. So the clerk had to reiterate on all the answers there that it's got nothing to. So I agree with the CAO too. At last budget, we did put that out there. Maybe we need to put that out there again to show that this is where your tax money goes to, right? We don't really have anything to do. That's why I think it's a great idea that you have somebody in the new year come to us from the county and explain all the garbage and recycle, and especially too, because now I'm seeing it that they're changing the rules, that coffee pods now can be put in there and pet bags and stuff like that, which, you know, it's tough for people to get their head around what you can recycle and what you can't, right? So I think we do need to do a better job to communicate it out there of what is, because even at the public meeting, there was some comments made that were like, that really has nothing to do with us. But people are frustrated, so I understand.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Lobo, and I concur with a lot of what's been said. I'm disappointed that we only had 50 responses. I don't know if that's if that's kind of a going number for surveys. And it always has been my thought that we ignore a lot of things until we are, you know, confronted with something. Then we go out and start looking at solutions. So it's true, garbage was the number one thing, but we are doing like you were doing, trying to reduce, reuse. And I'm a little disappointed at people using a survey to do unkind targets at staff. And it was a thread all through it. So I look forward to 2026. I look forward to coming up with ideas on how we can have more educational components to this and be constructive. And I look forward to all that. So thank you.
I appreciate your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Ainsworth, you have a final comment?
Yeah, you know, when I talk about communication, let's remember the stuff that staff has already done, that we are trying to get residents to bring in their email. We have the new newsletter. Our website is better, maybe not perfect, none of it, but we're trying, we're getting these things out there. It's almost like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. If residents want to find out information, it's all there. You just have to do your homework. So get your emails in, be part of the newsletter and communicate. Do their part too, right? Because we can bang our heads against the wall all day long, but if they don't wanna, you know, open their computer up, go on the website, check the budget. We can't print out the budget for a public meeting. It's 250 pages. Do we want to do that for 50 people or 100 people? So please do their homework and check things out on the website. It's all there.
I think you're right, Mike, and everybody else has made positive or good comments as well. I think and it's a changing world, it's all there, but sometimes you don't know where to look. And that's what staff is there for, to help you know where to look, not to do it for you. And you'll find that's the same as the finance department, getting a new license, et cetera, et cetera. They don't walk you all the way through it. They say, here's where the information is, and you can, if you have a problem with it, you don't understand it, fine, but you've got to do the research first. Very common.
I am a bit uncomfortable with some of the tone of what is happening in this room. The only people we can control are ourselves, and we need to define the problem. I took that from one of the fellows that spoke at the meeting the other night. We need to define the problems, and we can't always be saying the problem is that somebody didn't look at the website properly. I think we've got to really think about, are there things we can be doing better? And I think the information session is an example of the kinds of things we should be discussing. But in fairness, we've got people who have been asking for months for information about the funding of Nuwatan and where that money is. That should be a straightforward answer that they've received. It's now reached the point where council has asked for that report to come to us, and we still haven't received it. So I think it is important that we focus on ourselves and not just keep saying it's their problem for not having looked at the website. I'm uncomfortable with that being said repeatedly. That may be one piece, but it is not the only piece.
Okay. Thank you everyone for contributing. I think we learned an awful lot, and I think it was a good follow-up to the Tuesday night meeting that we had, because I think there's a lot of information is similar, and I thought the meeting the other night was very good too. There was lots of input, and there was fairly good represented. I guess it was about 40 people out of the 7,500, but I think that's not too bad neither. Okay, so I'll read the motion, and that is that we received, I believe. Oh, it was moved by Joan and seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? That's carried. Mr. Booth.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we have a report come back to us from staff regarding the chief's vehicle and the deputy chief's vehicle with what, if any, markings should be on the vehicle.
Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any comments? I have one comment. I think that should be a general policy for not only fire, but any other pieces of equipment that should be looked at as well, not just fire. And then we'll get the report on it and go from there. All in favor?
Sorry, can that be in the wording of it then, that all township vehicles, what's our policy? I agree with you. I would prefer to see it that way myself.
Sure, I'm open to that, yeah.
So,
Yep, go ahead.
so as a matter of procedure, that drastically changes the scope of the report, so I would recommend it being a formal amendment, being proposed to amend the original motion.
Okay. So
So
you
I'll
want to
make
do,
the amendment then that
who made the motion?
Craig made the
And you're
motion.
second, yeah?
I did second it.
Yes.
And any one of us, I believe, can make the amendment. So, yeah, the amendment that be for all, township vehicles.
All in favor? That's carried, yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm a little bit confused, who moved it?
For the amendment, I moved it.
Okay,
And I'll second the.
okay,
And then we voted on it.
now it's back to the original motion.
Yeah.
As amended, thank you. So the original motion was moved by Greg and seconded by Mary Catherine. All in favor? Carried. Next was, item 5.3, community grant applications. Who's leading us through this? Aaron, are you prepared to lead us?
I can.
Okay. Or if anybody have any questions for, yes, go ahead.
We take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I don't have a clock in front of me. Yeah,
4 to 10, or 4 to 11.
4 to 11, sure. Make it 10. 4 to 11, so we're back at 5 to 11. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're on to the community grant application. And I'm gonna let you take us through this, Aaron, as best you can, and then we'll open it up for debate. Questions or debate?
So staff took, the time to reach out to the previous year's, grant applications that were approved as per the policy. And moving forward, they are listed there of who we received, applications from. We also did reach out to the schools and did not receive anything back from any of the schools as well, so just to keep that in mind. So just when you're talking about allocations of grants, where you would like to see the money.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm looking at page 3 of 38. And it mentions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different groups. Does anybody have any questions on those 5 different groups? Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, just a little bit, just need a little bit of clarification from the Rose Quest Personal Care Initiative. I get it. I know what it's about. I just, when I was looking through it, I was trying to figure out, it did say they had a balance at the end of 2025. Let's get it here. And a balance of $3,977. That was on page 21 of 38. But I couldn't, they had an excess at over expenditures of 3,000. I really couldn't figure out what, because there's some big numbers bouncing around on there. And is it, do you read it, Aaron, that at the end of 2025, their balance is 3,977?
Yes. As I look at it quickly.
Okay.
And that's down from last year? Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Councilor O'Neill.
2 things. First, I just realized the 4-H is sitting there, so I will not be speaking to the 4-H, and I will fill in a pecuniary interest on the 4-H one. My apologies for thinking about other items within here when I was at the beginning of this meeting. On the Rose Quest, I think that, like you, I recognize the value of the program, but direct delivery within and service to our community. And I think of the Rose Neat personal care box that they keep in the parkette up there. And, you know, unless they're putting stuff into that and we're in turn giving them some money towards doing that, I'm not sure how we can draw a direct line to our community from that one. I also have a little bit of concern. There is so much need out there right now from every single agency. We are in a difficult position. There are people who need so much right now. But how do we ensure that what we are giving is the appropriate amount and that it is flowing back to our residents?
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
I guess my comment would be, you know, I would like to see this stuff stay in our township as much as we could. You know, this Rose Quest Personal Care Initiative, I'd sooner see that $2,000 go to the Hall and the Court Department than go to that organization. I know they just qualified for religious affiliation.
But, we have given them money in the past, and, I would just as soon see that flip into there.
Does it meet all the criteria?
Alderman Accord?
Yes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's owned by the church.
You are wrong.
The three churches.
I don't think it's owned by the churches, but I can.
Yeah, it is by the three churches.
Councillor O'Neill, at the floor.
Thank you very much. I provided last night, I dug out the, letters patent. It is a standalone, not-for-profit. It is not owned by the churches. It has never been owned by the churches. Yes, there are volunteers who come from the churches, but if we disqualify an agency because they have volunteers who belong to churches, no agency could apply because everyone has people involved who go to church. So, but it is a standalone, and I have provided to the mayor and the CAO a copy of those letters patent, showing that it is indeed a standalone, independent, not-for-profit.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, I was speaking to the chair last night, and kind of brings me to the question, then, who owns it?
CAO have a comment?
I reviewed the letters patent submitted to myself and the mayor from Councillor O'Neill. And I'll read directly from it. So it is registered as a nonprofit, that's correct. However, it is run and managed by a board of directors. And it does state that the Haldeman Court Apartment shall be managed by 9 directors who shall be elected as follows. 2 from the St. Andrew's United Church in Grafton, 2 from the St. George's Anglican Church in Grafton, and 2 from the St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church in Grafton. There will be 3 clergy, the president, clergymen from each of the above named churches. The directors from the churches shall be appointed by the board of the 3 churches as well. So it is, Councillor O'Neill's correct that it's registered as an individual, but it is run by and managed by the churches.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Those bylaws are not the current bylaws. I will reiterate, the volunteers who are on that board are church members. They in no way are speaking from the church. They have no affiliation from the church. The church does not, in fact, have any involvement. I know this because I sat on that board for 5 years. Not once, and I am not once, did anyone, and I was a representative from the Catholic Church, have any input at all on our decision making. Not once. I sat there as a volunteer who was asked by my church, but I sat there making decisions for an independent, not-for-profit.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, the Rose Quest Personal Care Initiative, where are they out of? I saw the address, but
See, town.
there's an address there. I don't recognize that address. That was just my first concern, and then I guess we would be best probably to start at the top and go through these, and then we can discuss.
Yep, good point.
So if we start with the Rose Quest one, my question with them is, and that's a new ask, is where are they out of? And I would agree with Councillor Ainsworth is that I don't support the $2,000 for that group. I would rather it be going to something that's more community focused.
Anybody else have any further comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, I do understand the importance of the program. I was thinking that maybe $1,000 would be better served because when I was looking through the information, I didn't see, number one, I didn't see a town where it was affiliated to or located at, and just where in AH did the money flow or the programs flow. If it's through the schools, then that would be an association from AH, because the kids are all going to these schools. So I would support $1,000.
Or pardon me, Councillor O'Neill?
I hate to be the wet blanket here, but this is a Northumberland organization. I think without it sitting in front of us, how this directly flows to our residents, I have some hesitation here because there are just so many. There's the Hastings Food Bank, there's Fair Share, there's the Health and Legal Center, there's so many organizations.
Excuse me, Mayor Catherine, did all those people made applications?
No, but I
That's
think when we're opening that door, if we give it to Rose Quest this year, next year, we will see every one of those organizations making an application. That's where my hesitation is. I do have some, I have a lot of sympathy for this, but I would like to see, unless it's a direct, and perhaps we could send it back to them and ask them to say how much of this is flowing back directly to the school and to agencies that are serving here.
Councillor Ruth?
Yes, and through your worship, and I guess my one concern too is looking at their audited statement. When you look at their fundraising expenses, they spent almost $9,000 in fundraising expenses, $8,352. And in 2024, they spent $4,000 and something dollars. So, I mean, I have questions about that where is this money actually going to? So I'm not in favor. I agree with Councillor O'Neill that I'm not in favor of giving them any money at this time. And then next year, if they want, they can come back and have somebody present in front of us of where exactly this money is going to.
I've heard a couple of their feelings. No, let's get a motion on the table. Councillor Ruth?
I'll make a motion that the request for the 3,000, no, was it two? Sorry, go back. $2,000 be denied.
Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any discussion, further discussion? Councillor or Deputy Mayor?
Could we defer this till we hear more information from the group? And so on, again, the unaudited, just with more information and just who is realizing the benefit of this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We need a seconder for that. I see no seconder. So we'll go back to the original motion. And that is to not provide donation to the Rose. Correct? A different way of putting it.
Rose Quest Personal Care Institute. Oh,
Okay.
no, initiative, sorry.
All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Let's move on to number 2. Community Care Northumberland, $3,000. Comments? Councillor Booth?
Through you, your worship, could I ask the treasurer, what did they ask for and receive last year?
Last year they asked for 2,000 and they received 2,000.
Thank you.
Thank Any other questions? Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So that's like a 50% increase.
Yep. Any other questions or comments? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm very aware, my concern last time was some of the flow through and direct to us, but Community Care Northumberland and their rural transportation and their rural meals are both programs that I've had an opportunity to travel with this organization when they were delivering the meals. I think it is something valuable and well used. And I know the rural transportation, Olmwood Calderman has the most users of anywhere within the county of Northumberland. And we don't provide transportation money anywhere else. So I think this is an excellent spot, given that we know it is being used so extensively.
Go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Lobo, and I would support this. I do note on page 28 that the proposed gas tax that they will get back is $93,724. But the Community Care Northumberland and the transportation issue, a lot of calls come up from this area. I've had people that use this, and it with everything else that's going up, I think it's one of our the best grants that we support. Thank you.
Councillor Booth.
I agree, it's a good organization, but I am also, agree with Councillor Ainsworth, that's a 50% increase. And I don't think that for us as council is within reason of what we're looking at. I would be in favor of giving them the $2,000 that they got last year, but not the $3,000. I don't think it's appropriate that some communities, organizations are coming to us and asking for a 50% increase.
Thank you. I need a motion on the floor for someone. Councillor Booth.
I'll make a motion that the Community Care Northumberland group get $2,000, the same as last year.
No second?
No,
Okay.
no comment.
Councillor Ainsworth will second. Further discussion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. We've just seen some of the numbers released from the different food banks and the different organizations on the increase in usage and from the province. And I'm seeing in many cases 25 to 50% increases in usage since last year. So I think it will be appropriate that that perhaps a 50% increase, although that is not out of line with what some of the local food banks are seeing. So I don't know if Community Care, how much of an increase they've had in services being sought from them. I am aware that they are finding an increased demand for seniors who are struggling right now. And I think we should be probably looking at a 25 to 50% increase. So I think we should be either at the 3,000 or at 2,500. But I think given the increased need, it is important that we step up and support them.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Lobo. As well, we are saying seniors, but it's adults with disabilities, it's people in the countryside that are needing to get in for medical appointments, for all kinds of support. And this is a very important program, and I still would support the 3,000. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll throw in my 2 cents. Community Care has been around here for a long time. Anybody that's not familiar should hop on or give them a call. They'll take you for your ride. You'll see the services they do provide. And not only do they do the little runs around here and there and everything else, but they also provide transportation to the city and any other hospitals where patients may go. Need to go. Calling the vote. All in favor?
of the 3,000.
No, 2,000. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. Can I get another motion on the floor? Deputy Mayor.
I make a motion that, the grant as stated be accepted at 3,000.
Thank you. Seconder? Seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion is carried. Next, we have Centerton 4-H Life Skills. And the motion is, pardon me, and the amount is for $1,125. Councilor O'Neill has stepped away from the table. Comments? Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. So again, what did we give them last year?
Last year, they asked for 14 meetings. They have increased that. Initially last year, there was a non-for-profit discount, which was 25%. So they had initially asked for a $630 donation for usage of the hall.
Do you have to figure out how much they've used?
Used to date this year. As far as I know, I believe all 14 meetings were booked, but I do not have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilor Ruth.
This is something that I like to see. This is a community group. I know when I've gone to library meetings, I see the youth, they have the same night as us, and I see the youth using the community center and cooking and stuff like that. And they were out in the gardens and things like that. And this is where I think it's valuable that this money that we're providing is actually going to the youth and that in our community. So I support this concern, this request.
Thank you. Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor. So is this money for in lieu of hall rental?
Through you, your mayor, that is correct. They're asking for 15 meetings, so for usage of the hall.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So when I read on page 31, 2 vetted and insured volunteers lead the program. I guess this is just background on it. Assist with game stuff. That is basically the same as last year, only they're increasing the usage. And it's just for the hall rental.
That is correct. That's what they've asked for. We've just put a monetary value to it.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, everybody understand? Can I get a motion? Councilor Booth.
I'll make a motion that we accept for Centerton 4-H Life Skills, the $1,125 donation.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion, further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next one is Grafton Horticultural Society Green Thumbs for $1,000. Anybody have any comment?
The next one's your Disney, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. The next one is Rose Neath Agricultural Society for $2,250. Anybody have any comments? Councilor Ainsworth.
I just make a motion that we agree to that.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Grafton Horticultural Society Green Thumbs for $1,000. Councilor O'Neill.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we provide $1,250 to the Grafton Horticultural Society and the Grafton Green Thumbs. I see that they did operate at a loss last year, and given the extensive work that they have done to build community spirit and to care for our community, I think that even my motion, which I shouldn't be speaking to before there's a seconder, but anyway, even my motion doesn't reflect in any way, shape, or form the value we receive from this group.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any further discussion, Councillor Booth?
I agree, a great society and does a lot of work. I'm just a little concerned that we're gonna start doing motions to start, they've done their presentation, asked for $1,000, and then we're gonna go in there and say, well, we're gonna give them more. So I would like to stick to the original, but, I understand the reasoning why the councillor made that motion.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion's carried.
So can I just, what was that for exactly? 1,125, was it?
1,200.
200.
And 50 was
50.
250.
Okay.
Okay, we started in the conversation about the Alderman Court Apartments. I don't know where we got to, whether there is an actual affiliation or not. I do have a wee bit of experience, not nearly the experience that Mary Catherine has, but my understanding of it was there was at one time when they first built the church, they had to get someone to sign sign that somebody would pay back in case, you know, what's the right word for it? Somebody had to sign for that they would pay it back if they ever couldn't default to the bank. And the three churches put their names on it, and that's the only. I have one other question. Mary Catherine, you've been on there for some time. How many non-Christian people have been turned away because of their affiliation?
I'll do two parts on that. The churches did not finance it at all. The mortgage was held by the county of Northumberland, and that was paid off 3 or 4 years ago. Well, must be more than that. It was when I was still on the board. That mortgage was paid off after 40 years, and it was with Northumberland County. So I think the directors' names that when they originally set it up, it was people from one person from each of the churches, but there's never been any financial connection to the churches in any way, shape, or form. But also your other question, they do use a point system to select who goes into the facility, and that point system includes need and ability to pay, because there's a fine line, right? You have to at least be able to pay the rent, but then you also have to show that you have a financial need. So there's a range there, and to be someone from Northumberland County and to be over 60, I believe. So those are the three criteria that they look at. And you will note that none of that has to do with the religious affiliation of the person coming in.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor LeBon. I had that conversation with the chair last night. And she advised that religion doesn't come into play whatsoever. They do like that if somebody on McColliman needed housing, ideally, if that isn't the case, when an opening comes up, that they would like them to be from Northumberland County. So the only, I guess it'd be only the governance part of it is held by the churches because somebody had to do it. And the increase, because they're governed by the province of what the rental increase can be per year. And I wrote down, it's 1 point something %. That was all the increase could be. The top range of an apartment there is a little over $800 a month. this $2,000 is going to offset the hydro for the laundry in the facility. And they run on, even when somebody moves out, they take the bathtub out and then they put a shower in, and that's running about $7,000 a unit, so that they're continually fixing the place up. So it is a little bit of it is affiliated with the churches as they're doing the governance, but the ownership is not with the churches, which I learned that. I'll have to ask another question.
I have one more comment, then I'll pass it on to Mary Catherine. When I was on the board 10 or 12 years ago, the board was getting tired, et cetera, et cetera. They
That's
couldn't
another
get
thing.
people to go, and so they approached the county of Northumberland, see if they would take it on, and they never got you too far because their policy was that, and it's an Ontario policy, that whoever comes on the line first is the first one you accept. It had nothing to do with the township of Allen-McCalderman or the county of Northumberland.
For the
Whoever-
age,
Pardon me?
or age.
Well, I can't remember the age, but I do know that there is some additional benefit to being from the township or the county. Mary Catherine.
Right, and I just want to reiterate once again, when I sat on that board, when John sat on that board, when everyone who sits on that board, we speak to our responsibility to this corporation. In no way, shape, or form did I ever have to report back to the church. Did they ever have input? I was a volunteer who they were able to say, you go to this church, can you please do this? But it was only a way to find volunteers. When you sit on that board, you are responsible to that independent corporation.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship. I think the general consensus of getting is that it looks like we're all supporting this. I would just like to defer it because, to be honest with you, to be fair to everybody, I think it should come back at the next meeting with their application so that we can see their documents. I know the deputy mayor has said what they intended for, but I'd like to see it in their application, come back to us to say, this is what they're requesting it for. We get to see their financials, the same as we're judging all the other ones here. And then I'm sure it would probably be passed right away.
A motion to defer.
Until we can see their application.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So just to weigh in as a matter of procedure, there's because it wasn't forwarded to begin with, just to keep it cleaner, same outcome, but just a little cleaner from a procedure standpoint, just that the Holdeman Court Apartments application be brought forward for consideration.
Okay, yeah.
Denise, I didn't even say that. Can somebody second that, please? Councillor O'Neill? All in favor? That's carried. Is there any other ones of the applications that we want to talk about? Go ahead.
I find myself in the same situation on the next one. I have no idea what that is about or who sent that in or what the intention of the person or persons who sent it in, because there's an S there. Again, I would have preferred that this come with a recommendation or a note saying that they did not meet the eligibility criteria, but at least have allowed us to have a sense of what this application is.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
So I'll make a motion that the same for this group here, the Centerton community, that it be deferred, and if the exact wording, that it can come back at the next meeting and we can have a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any further comments?
Second that first.
Seconded. All in favor? Oh, go ahead, Mike. You have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, if the policy says, and I know that maybe the policy needs to be tweaked here and there, but if the policy says individuals don't get grants, and again, that's what staff is saying, it's an individual. Could be more clarified maybe, but it, to me, is probably someone that's renting a home and wants a $125 break. Would I be right in saying that?
Staff have a comment? No.
We'll bring the application forward. I won't be commenting on the application until it's before council.
Okay.
And to yours and Councillor, I'm not saying that we accept it or whatever, just that we get to look at it and maybe it could be something as easy as that, or maybe somebody needs to be told you can't put it in your name, that it has to be, you know, in a group's name or something. But I think it's fair for them and it's fair for us to know what we're turning down.
All in favor? Carried. So that should conclude the donations.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Mary Catherine?
I'm concerned by what I'm not seeing here. Just last week or a couple weeks ago, quite recently, we dealt with an application from the firefighters wanting free use of space, which we supported. And then, you know, here we are looking at it. And I believe there's some other groups, that have, in the past also have used it, and we've supported their applications around the cemeteries and stuff. The cemetery days, for example, I think both the Women's Institute here and in the cemetery group in Centerton have used it in the past. Anyway, if they did receive it and then they didn't send it in, that's fine. But are we actually going to stick by what we've said in, you know, I've sat here, this is my fourth budget, I guess, that I'm sitting here through, and said, we're not going to do it, and then we do it anyway. So, you know, anyway, what are we gonna do about the ones that aren't here, I guess, is my question.
What have we done in the past? Councillor Booth.
Well, in the past, people have come to us mid-year or whatever and asked for a donation or a, you know, relief from paying, rental fees and that, and we either accept it or deny it. But I agree with what Councillor O'Neill's saying, is that we would like to get all the ducks in a row to say, you know what, if you know you're doing it like that group every year, then put in for it so that it shows, because it shows a true number then. And the same would go, and I'm gonna bring this up about the Roseneath Agricultural Society. Yes, we're giving them $2,250, but if you actually look at the money they're getting from us in rentals and that, we're close to $10,000. Because they get the agreement, the MOU that we have with them allows them to use the community center and everything like that. And I have no issue with that. I just think it's fair to show the community that we're not just giving them $2,250. I think the community needs to see that we're donating upwards of almost $10,000 to them, so that it shows when people make the comment that the township does nothing for the fair, that's not true. We do a lot for the fair. So I agree with that. We need to show, and this is another communication thing and information for the public to show that we are supporting these communities, right? These groups.
Okay.
But I don't know how you deal with it this year. That'll fly. Maybe we strenuously tell them next year that they have to, and that'll be a new council to deal with.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
It is a separate agreement that we have, so it wouldn't come through this. We signed a 5-year agreement. So it exists. I agree with you. We need to acknowledge that it exists, but it wouldn't exist in here because it's a separate agreement.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that I think it shows that when I hear the comment that we don't support them enough, it's like we do support them enough. And I agree, it doesn't have to be under this, but it should show that we do what we do.
What, are we gonna make a motion on any of this? Because I haven't got it on the floor yet. It's good conversation, I agree. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I think it would be wise of us to ponder some of this between now and next meeting when we have the other items coming back for our discussion. And to yours, in the past, we did include, a bit of a contingency to deal with some of these mid-year things. So, also, I'm not seeing here the, Chamber of Commerce, and we've had it in here in the past as well. I don't believe it.
We're getting way off subject here.
That was,
Let's go back to recommendation 1 first. And, the council received report FY, FIN 2025, 2026, the communication grant applications for information, and the council, well, we gotta do that one first. Well, it's only one. So we're receiving some, we're not receiving some, and receiving report for information. And the council established a 2026 community grant and fee waiver budget for so many dollars. And how many we had confirmed now, how many dollars?
Currently, you have $9,651 allocated.
Asking how much, we took $2,000 back from her.
That is what you've already approved. So the other ones you have not approved.
We haven't approved all the other ones?
You deferred 2 of them.
Oh, you deferred to them, you're correct. Okay. So the other ones, so how much have we spent then?
Should be around 7,000 something.
Yeah, my calculation, I think I can remember. You have approved $7,625.
7,625, okay, Mary Catherine?
I was gonna say, I think we should just receive for information and then, fill in that second part, after we've got those other pieces brought forward to us.
And, the only problem I have with that is that every other donation group that I've sat in, budget thing, we take days and hours and hours and hours to get the darn thing resolved. And why can we not my question is, why can we not put a figure, and if it's go back to the $9,000 that was in there, so staff can work with what we've got, and then we'll have to fall within those things. That's my suggestion. Pardon me. Okay, so does anybody want to put a figure on the floor? Pardon me? What was? Okay. Councilor Booth.
I'll put a motion forward that we just receive it as information now, and as Councillor O'Neill said, and that we'll wait when we see the other 2 reports, and then we should have a final number.
Thank you. Are you a seconder for that? Seconded by, Councilor O'Neill. Further discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Fees and charges update for 2026. That the bylaw be brought forward for consideration to authorize the implementation of the fees and charges bylaw. Do I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any questions? Councilor O'Neill.
I'll let Mike go first. It was his, he seconded.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I mean, when I first seen this, my first initiative is that I don't want to make it more expensive for people to build in the township, but really this is very minimal. Okay, we're talking $30 here, $50 there. We're talking pennies in some other places. So, and a lot of it is, especially the cemetery stuff, it's legislation. So, after reading all that and calling staff and asking questions about it, to me, I would support this, because of the legislation. And again, it's just.
Thank you, Councilor Ainsworth. Any other comments? Councilor O'Neill.
Mine's more a couple of questions. The first is, when we had the public meeting the other night, there was some, and I think valid questions about how making rental too expensive means that we don't have people rent. So some real discussions about that, where it is frustrating for people to see something empty, willing to run something like a seniors coffee drop-in, a chair yoga program, whatever kinds of programs during the day, but not being able to do it at the fees. Anyway, I think my question is, if we look at some of these fees and charges and have some discussions that flow out of it, what is the process then? Can this be changed mid-year? I believe so. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is why, they are now, scheduled attached to the bylaw that we can make additions and changes as we need throughout the year without changing the whole bylaw.
Thank you.
Okay, and
Go ahead.
my second question, it's back to the good old communications piece, but this is one of those things that it used to be a requirement that you had to have a public meeting for it. It's no longer a requirement, but it's still perhaps not necessarily. Anyway, more communication specifically to this, saying here it is. Do you have any feedback? I agree with Councillor Ainsworth that most of these are just housekeeping changes that I'm seeing in front of me today. But nevertheless, I think we put up all of the things that are coming up in the meeting, but this particular piece moving forward, if we were going to change, I think we should have a specific link to this one in our communications.
Thank you. Further, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
The only comment I had is it is minimal through this, and when, and I like the idea of being able to adjust, the bylaws through the different buildings and for rentals, and it's kind of nice just to go through this and make sure that we're at par. So thank you.
Councillor Ainsworth.
I would like to make one suggestion when it comes to the tax bill. If it's not the residents' fault that they don't get their tax bill and they want to come in for a reprint, can we waive the $10? Because we've had that, and to nobody's, mostly it's been Canada Post's fault, right? But staff has got all the work done to get it out there, and something happened that they didn't get their whatever.
Well,
Because that's been a kind of contentious thing, not lately. So it's gotten better.
no, it only happened to my knowledge like once in all the
Yeah.
years. And it was a problem with the post office. And as I recall, council did make the decision to waive that figure. So I would suggest we continue to leave it the way it is.
Yeah.
All in favor? Carried. Moving on to bylaws, the first one is bylaw 92025 to impose fees and charges for 2026. The bylaw number 92025 being a bylaw to impose fees and charges for 2026 be given a first, second, and third reading, and finally pass this 18th day of December 2025. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Bylaw 932025 to set remuneration for fire department officers and firefighters for 2026. The bylaw number 932025 being a bylaw to impose fees and charges. Ooh, wait a minute. Is that right? I'll take that back and make it to the bylaw number 303025 being a bylaw to set remuneration for fire department officers and firefighters. Be given for 2026, be given a first, second, and third reading, and finally pass this 18th day of December 2025. Moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Booth, and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any comments? Ooh, boy, the items are coming up quick. Councillor Booth.
just a question for the treasurer, and I'm thinking this is it. This one and the next one coming forward is just, we're including the 1.8% COLA, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Saves me having to go through and calculate everyone. Thank you very much.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just a note that I'm pleased to see that even our recruits are receiving a minimum living wage, which is different than minimum wage. So anyway, I'm glad to see that it's meeting the living wage standards for Northumberland.
Anybody else? I'll make a quick comment, and it was, it actually didn't come up at the meeting the other day, or it probably did, but I don't recall it, but, just so that the public is aware and staff, or pardon me, councillors are aware, as compared to other municipalities in the area, the remuneration for council is, not as high. And I'm only bringing it to that attention to, first of all, I'm happy to know that the people around this table do not do it for the money. They do it for the commitment to their community. And we appreciate all your hard efforts, and we are a little bit different than most other ones. And we'll leave that to the new council.
Sorry, you're speaking to our next bylaw, Mayor Logo. We're still on the fire one.
Firefighters.
Oh, they're not together? Oh. Oh.
My question was just to make it easier, it's 1.8% for both the motions coming forward, so.
Okay, I read it as different from wrong then, too, because I think I included both. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Sorry, all in favor of the one that I read?
The fire one.
Yes. All in favor? That's carried. Now, should I do this one? Bylaw number 94-2025, to set remuneration and expenses for members of council for 2026. The bylaw number 94-2025, being a bylaw to impose fees and charges for 2026 be given a first, second, and third reading, and finally pass this 18th day of December 2025. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, second by Deputy Mayor Stover. Councillor O'Neill.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this and have it come back to us with the 1.8% increase, because the numbers in there are the same as the numbers for this year. Sorry, I realized that about 9 o'clock last night, Erin.
I don't believe there was a COLA, if I may, Mayor Lobo. I don't believe there was a COLA last year either. I just thought it was the standard.
Yes, last year there was a COLA,
Oh,
and
was
this year
there?
there's
Yes.
a COLA. I will have to take this back because I did it off, I believe, last year's, so I will take it back.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to get it updated.
Correct.
Any seconder for that? Second by Councillor Booth. Any further discussion?
Actually, I have something.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
It's related to your comment, and yes, we are somewhere between paid employees and glorified volunteers as counselors. And as such, we tend to have financially comfortable seniors who end up on our council, and we don't have younger people who see this as something they can do. And I'm wondering if it is the time that we should be looking at, especially including the option of pension and being included in OMERS for counselors under the age of 65. So that wouldn't impact this one, but moving forward, whether that would help us to attract some younger potential candidates that they could become part of OMERS.
I don't think we're gonna make that decision today. I think that it would be not hurt to be brought up at another council meeting. If you want to bring that up through a notice of motion,
Okay,
then we
thank
can
you.
do that. And now is probably the time of year to do it, pardon me, during the last term rather than put that pressure on the new council. Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. I've got that as completing the open session. And we're gonna step into closed session, so, I'll read the recommendation and then ask council to change, pardon me, staff to change the room over to a closed session. So the resolution reads that the special council meeting of December 18th, 2025, move into a closed session under Municipal Act, section 239, 2B, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual and including municipal or local board employees, position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. We'll take a 5-minute break. That's enough. And be back at 11:55. Okay, we're out of, closed, so I'm gonna make a report from the closed session. The council received a report in closed session regarding staffing matters, and staff were provided direction and will be proceeding as discussed. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. All in favor? Motion's carried. I'd like to come back to, one,
Sorry, Mayor Logo.
yes,
My mic isn't working, or the mic's on.
thank you for reporting that. Do I have to repeat that? But probably heard.
I agree to it, just.
Okay. We've had a little technical issue, but it's been corrected. I will report out of closed. Council received a report in closed session regarding staffing matters. Staff were provided direction and will be proceeding as discussed. We've already had a mover and a seconder, who I forget their names were, but Mike, moved by Councilor Ainsworth and seconded by Councilor Booth. All in favor? That was carried. I'd like to go back to item 6.3, in bylaws. The reason we're coming back is because we have additional information, that was not, there and has been corrected, and I'll ask Aaron just to fill us in on that, please.
So the numbers for the salary for the mayor, deputy mayor and council has been updated. The rest of the numbers stayed status quo.
So our concerns about needing it updated, we already have that information now, so we can go ahead and approve that, which was deferred.
So we need a motion to reconsider it.
Okay, so I need a motion to reconsider the deferral, and that can be made by anyone. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Further discussion? Yes.
Why I noticed that there was, and it seemed to me they were the same number, is because our meeting rates have stayed the same. So in discussion with our interim treasurer, she did mention that that's something we might want to consider as well at some point. So that is something, because I do think my concern earlier that I raised, that we need to make this so that a younger person might be willing to consider being a member of our council. So anyway, just for information conversation.
And you will bring it up in a proper manner in the future.
Notice of motion as you requested, Mayor Lolo.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to confirming bylaw, and that is bylaw 95, 2025. That bylaw number 95, 2025 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the special council meeting held on the 18th day of December 2025, and to authorize its execution be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 18th day of December 2025. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Booth. Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Motion to adjourn that the special committee meeting held on December 18th, 2025, December 18th, 2025 be adjourned at 1:26 p.m. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone. You will be back, or we will be back before Christmas, so we'll wait the Christmas greetings till that time. Thank you.